Magnus. Still trying to fix his trolley's thingy. I forget what it's called. Legs. Robin, what a coincidence. The Talos, that's right. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos, and Charlie you'd lot took to Nabith the Ring. The Charlie was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai News. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley. But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. Something tells me Robin here didn't come all this way to talk about Charlie's. What is it you need, friend? Nod. I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biren mines to make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than look there. Nod. Alright, let's go probably kill some coyotes and collect some dirt. Hey, Persea. It's hard to match speeds. It's like the birds in the car. Congrats on the stream success. You deserve a chill streams. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you all are enjoying it. We lo-fi again. Flying stream when? After MSQ is over. Alright, I found some clay. I need 2 more clay. Sure, the sheep won't bother me. I want you to read me a bedtime story or be a commentator in a documentary. I'm down. A wandering coyote. Oh, he makes such a sad sound when you kill the puppy. Alright, we have the clay for Buckleg. It's just sleeping, yeah, we knocked it out. We didn't disembowel it. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it? I do. A finely grained soil material found in Amarang. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it'll be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possessed the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do that, I want to be the one to invoke it. Maybe you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state combined with a strong desire to help them can dramatically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say they are few in all of Norvrant, more dedicated to finding a cure. Isn't that so, Robin? What noise did you guys make back there? I'll give him my all, for Halric, for Tesleen. Then we're of a like mind on the matter. Alice shall be the one to conjure the familiar. Tesleen got done dirty.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay?
That looks like a rock.
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
What's a porksy?
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
So it's exactly what it sounds like. A pixie pig.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Better than I could have done. But,
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Robin.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes
Ouch.
that matters.
Beck-Luke also not being very kind to your art. Grotesque parody.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
You did it.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let
How
us
does
see
this
what
help
can
us
be
again?
done for young Halric.
How does that help us again?
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
Let's call him... How about... Frederick. I like Frederick.
A name.
He's our boy Fred.
Yeet.
All right, I've decided.
Feyre, thank you very much.
Go, Angelo!
That is not an Angelo. Hey, it's working. Is he always gonna glow?
Mother.
Oh.
Yeet.
Thank you, Asmalia. Appreciate the sub. Is he done? Ulrich? Oh, man. Well... How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. So close now, Ulrich. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Yay! Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I'll need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation. Gorilla, thank you very much for the sub. Thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Aura site. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? No. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? Holy shit. Alfie, what about Gabu? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. How could we not remember Gabu? Exactly. His condition pre-watched? No, I played Gabu's storyline. He was a good boy and he had a rough time of it. His condition is uncannily similar to Halrek's, isn't it? The only difference being that his soul is suffused with earth aspect ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? He's a little kobold boy. His parents were murdered, sacrificed to summon a titan. I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there's much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course. And as long as there is hope for the patients here, I'll devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend the time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Beklug and see if you can't make headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you are not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let's return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you. Hey, buddy. What are you doing here? Kai Shear? What are you doing here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself. Sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing. It must be urgent. I take it I'll be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Beklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the futures of Yulmore is at stake. What are you guys doing now? I hate that city. I hate that city. You're probably eating people again or something terrible. Lady Shy's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Residents of Yulmore were complicit? Of course they were complicit. Including Lady Chai. All they had to do was look over the balcony to the shantytown below. Well, nothing here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that. Sighing. They were not mind-controlled. That was made extremely clear. They were not mind-controlled until we attacked the palace, and at that juncture they were mind-controlled and forced into attacking us. But before then, they were not mind-controlled. They were merely influenced by their charismatic leader. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Alright, let's go talk to her. They were eating meal. That does not absolve them. Quite the contrary. They've recognized their errors and repented. Yeah. That's true.
Oh, thank heavens you're here. Lady Chai, whatever is the matter? I knew not not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Well,
Alone? What of Master Chai? But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
aw. That's
What?
not really the
What happened?
future of Yulmore, though. More of a personal problem.
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is
Did you
more than qualified
did
for
you
the role.
campaign for him?
Perfect choice.
You wanted this.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You know, those rings could probably feed a dozen people from the poor town below
You
us.
believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so?
I'm not
What
sure
about
that
you?
Alfie is.
What do you think has become of my husband?
Yeah.
Nay, my friend. The one thing he has not done is flee. Of that I am convinced. Through the most testing of times, he has ever remained at Lady Chai's side, placing her happiness before his own. He would not abandon her now.
People change, Alfie. People change. Oh, he made
Wherever he
Robin
may
feel
have gone,
bad.
Rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
If he's gonna change to be while the world is ending, you'd think so. But it doesn't take anything so momentous for a person to change. Just the passage of time. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word. But even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. He went to get some milk, exactly. Went to pick someone up from the airport. Went to buy some cigarettes. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he may have gone. I'll meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Okay. Let's find out what people think happened to our dear friend, the doesn't-want-to-be mayor. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Vothry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore. Alright. Hello. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vothry, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well. And I, for one, welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Cornen has taught you about the perilous state of Yulmore's defenses. Join the army. Unfortunately, a well-recognized path out of bad situations, and sometimes into worse ones. My brother is in the Marines, for not dissimilar reasons. I recall a man fitting that description, asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. The folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was heading for Gate Town when last I saw him. Your exchange with Hoffenbett has taught you about the poor living conditions of Calusia's downtrodden. Well, it does sound like our man was working diligently on at least understanding the problems facing Calusia. Must give him credit for that. Must give him credit for that. Not just the economy of Calusia, but also the defenses and even more to his credit, the living conditions of the poor and downtrodden. There you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to his whereabouts? Yes. Boutique of Splendors willing to work to rebuild businesses. Eulmore's army willing to hire recruits from derelicts in Gatetown. Calusian seeking work. Chinese offering employment. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Eulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounded like he's got big plans for the place. Eulmore, I mean. Not the bee. Perhaps. But the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern, not only for Eulmore, but for its surrounding settlements as well. It seems logical then that having consulted with those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Robin, if you'd go and make inquiries and write, I will do likewise in Stilltide. Gatetown, I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let's reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Very well. Surely we aren't thinking that he just wandered off to pursue his investigations without having told anyone, hey, Mayor here, I'm going to be out for a week investigating the surrounding towns and cities. Deputy Mayor, you're in charge. I wonder what kind of bureaucracy, administration, or government they have in place. Probably none, right? They have no idea how to make one. No, the name doesn't ring any bells. But there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Bright and Eulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Cinders came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now. We're curious to see what'll become of Eulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Chai News, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that was that. Okay. Fair enough. Apparently he did just leave and start investigating the towns. Just finished my last bottle of water. I need to go get some more soon. Yep, let's go up. No one wanted to be his deputy. It's true, no one wanted to be his deputy. I did not show Graha the minion. The wind-up Graha. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gatetown as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. Nod. Oh no. There's one reason why he might have wanted to go back to Amity. Be good at flying now? Why? I would never stall the MSQ by pursuing pointless reputation grinds for hours, if not days, merely to acquire flying which would do nothing except diminish the enjoyment we have of the scenery God gave us, the journey He intended us to make. We found him. Robin, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Why ever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. So you aren't even missing. You told her you were going to be gone. This is all a wild goose chase. I'm sorry, wild dodo. No harm done, Master Chai. Since we're here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? I was half expecting him to say something like, but I only left earlier today. How panicked can she have gotten in that time? We were told you'd been elected mayor, and from what we've gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you meant to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Colusia, that much is true, but I am by no means sure I'm the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I've secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. May I introduce you to the concept of taxes? I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. How pay taxes and no jobs? You're thinking of income tax. I would never suggest they resort to something as dangerous and damaging to economic activity as an income tax. A wealth tax, on the other hand, would be very effective in Yulmore. For what little it's worth, we will vouch for you, if he requires convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. They have no wealth. Have you looked at Miss Chai? What about the father of Lou Reek with bags of money for him to give out? All fake? I know that the company slogan was that they submitted all of their wealth to VOD, but it seems very clearly untrue. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. Hope you're having a good day too, Pickle. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. Days in a daze. But you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gould, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're gonna steer Yulmore into a better future. I know it. Make Yulmore great again. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let's press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man, exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had barely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. Well, sounds suspiciously like in our new hopeful regime of change, we're gonna go hire Dick Cheney. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. Even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristel then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he'll be willing to talk to us. Enjoy your food, Presea. I don't know why we're gonna go try to get administrators from a previous incarnation of the same tyrannical government which we just overthrew, particularly one who advised a man who was more than willing and asked no questions about putting a Sin Eater into his son. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vothri gone, Yulmore wants a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated here, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. Man, you are a really big-souled man. I would not feel that way had I been thrown out the window. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable. But I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. Tristel confirmed Yulmore did nothing wrong. Quite the contrary, as he's saying right here. Tristel confirms Yulmore did plenty wrong, but he forgives them. Fulsomely, with his whole heart. I can see it in your eyes and the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let your feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has resolve to change. Resolve to change. I believe he was heading toward Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go. And I will not take no for an answer. Not even a maybe. That is exactly the kind of attitude we need the future dictator of Yulmore to have. No, you should be willing to take more than no for an answer. We're training this guy in the wrong habits. He was elected? Oh, that's good, because we all know that anyone who's elected can never be tyrannical or dictatorial or in any way oppressive. I withdraw all objections. Feel free to refuse to take no for an answer and compel anyone you want to do anything you want.
Well, well, it's you again.
It sounds kind of old.
And I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord VOD3's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord VOD3. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Fair enough.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make.
Are we trying to make a nation, though?
In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise VOD3 was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under VOD3's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
A fair point. This guy only highlights the complicity of the rest of Yulmore's elites.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say.
You question him? I called him Cheney. What higher praise could I offer than to compare him to such a renowned patriot?
It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice.
No idea who that is. Dick Cheney, a man so revered in American politics and so patriotic that when asked by an incoming president of the United States who might be the best vice president, he conducted a thorough and careful and exhaustive search before humbly concluding that the answer was he himself. A man so revered among the population of this nation that when he allegedly shot his friend in the face, his friend apologized to him for his face being in the way of his gun. A tear comes to my eye when I think of how beloved this man is.
And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course, content to, as you say, wallow in indolence, in ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
Assigned equitably among which population, though?
The distinction between free and bonded died with VOD. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur.
Sounds like to me that he just suggested wealth redistribution.
My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
Oh my god, he said the words. For the people, by the people, and of the people. I support him now.
A Yulmore for the people. I'd rather like the sound of that.
That's a good person.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
He's okay.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? Nod. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. Oh, Alpha no. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I will consider offering you my counsel. Pause, champ. I have it! Instead of converting poor people into sin eaters and then eating the sin eaters, let's just never mind. A combination of measurements would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply and another that of production. as a lawman, is what the Supreme Court did throwing out Roe versus Wade legitimate? Of course it is. The law of the Constitution is whatever the current Supreme Court says it is. That's the law. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuff must be repopulated, their means of production restored. The means of production? This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. Might I suggest offering, depending on the property rights involved, can't you just, let's, offer these farms to people willing to work from your poorer citizenry. That way, your poor people can become working people and continue to feed the rich people. My. Think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chai News. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my past support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Brendan, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of those settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Very good. We'll give the jobs to machines. But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time. Excellent. Automation, I'm a big fan. Automation, increasing efficiency, machines growing the crops, everyone rich, no one working. Sounds awesome. I approve. Brendan is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Alright. Where the heck I am? Here I am. Talos took our jobs. What's next? Our wives and our guns? Can you imagine a police force made up of Talos instead of people? Rational AIs wandering around policing people in the place of actual human beings with compassion for their fellow man? Exercising their judgment as to whether it's worthwhile to shoot somebody or not? Jesus. God forfend. Keep the guns in the hands of the police, I say. At least they've shown themselves responsible enough to use them. The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. When you would only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. You're depressing me today. Sorry. Oh man. It's a good questline. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. What would fix that? There are a large number of issues leading to the problem we have with police shooting people. No-knock warrants being one. Over-militarization of police forces being a very large additional issue. The sale of excess military supplies to police departments, another big problem. Poor training. And of course, let us not forget, racism. I think it'd be a lot easier to take the guns away than to fix all those other problems. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. Works well in Brazil? I don't know anything about Brazil. It's in South America. If I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. You said you can't trust police to take guns away from people. I didn't say take guns away from people. I said take guns away from the police. Was I not clear? Well said, Master Chai. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruit of my labors. To make sure I do, I'll require your help. It is as Kaishir says. These lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos. Understood. Good. Then let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai News when it's safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass and zoom in and out. Point the spyglass at Chai News and give him the signal to sneak. Okay, so I don't actually shoot the Talos. I tell him to go. Or not. Where's his next hiding spot? Go! Nice. I did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Oh shit. We have to dodge the rocks, too. It's so weird that I have to shoot him to tell him to go. Now! Ah! I got tricked. That was cheap, Square. That was cheap. Now we're progressing this scenario. Didn't know you could fail this. I went when the guy turned around. I was literally too fast. I was actually too fast. That's what she said. Yeah, a decade or so ago. You didn't save our boy. It's okay. I get another chance. It's a trick. Is it not a trick? Does he not do it the same way every time? He's gonna turn around. Oh, thank God. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. Nod. How exactly am I signaling you? You may leave the next one to me, Robin. How are you gonna tell Dooley you got her hubby killed? Last she knew, we were looking for him after he ran away. I'll just be like, we found his dead body. If only you had read his letter. That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Robin art on Reddit. I haven't seen any Robin art on Reddit. Hit the chat with a link. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. Oh, it's the one we saw before. It's really good. I did it. And now we have agricultural robots who can grow some food to feed the hungry of Yulmore. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it's plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. The next question is, which emotes should I be hiring Shaitan to draw for the chat of Robin? I would be honored. What do you guys think? When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai is working sick. Robin Modders would be amazing, that's true.
Right.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
Alright. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see...
Dearest, I can't...
Oh no.
Oh! Oh dear.
She killed him.
Oh, thank you.
I imagine that's about exactly how their marital relations usually go.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
And expecting you to read it.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Dearest, please!
I'm 100% right. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. She loves him, I know she does, it's really cute. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it'll be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. I have no doubt whatsoever that she wears him out. No need to fret, Robin. I've never felt better. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if I were to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I'll let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Alright. Let's hear the speech of the new mayor of Yulmore. Wow, this music makes me sick. It does such a good job of conveying the horrific placidity of these people to the suffering going on around them. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions. Free, bonded citizens, and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we've reserved a place at the front. Right this way, sir. You know what a waltz, man? I like waltzes. Jealous of your sultry stocks.
Go on, dear.
Pause.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? "'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning."
Hog.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vothry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vothry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future.
Very democratic.
However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
He just called you all lazy.
But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Boss champ. I don't think they liked it. Lord VOD never made us work. Alright. We heard his speech. Can we lead these guys to their own self-made troubles again? That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I've learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. It's but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. Okay. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your money, Master Chai. But have you got word? Time for a word. Ugh, poor people. Ah, yes, of course. Havenbet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech. But there's folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. And there's more that's counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Robin. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. Nod. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to stay here until such time as Eulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands, said one aristocrat of another. We fix Eulmore. Pog. Everyone free, everyone fed by robots, everyone rich. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it's time we went on ours. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better has taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Eulmore for the people Master Chai has been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. I'm not going to TwitchCon, no. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I'm happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I'll pray for your success. Good night, Bamboo. I've never been to any cons, in fact. When you put it like that, there's no going back, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Are you going to SawCon? Man, I don't even know what SawCon is. Truly, to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. I did better with that one than I did with the DN from yesterday, didn't I? Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Eulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beck Luke's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Alright, let's go see if the main point of the storyline, as I see it, has continued to progress. The ability to take our friends home. To the ocular. Do you have a favorite zone or city? I haven't given it a lot of thought. Ozzy Slaw might be my favorite zone just because of the music. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word, and I'll escort you to the ocular. Is it Eulmore? Eulmore sucks. People there suck. The music sucks. The architecture sucks. Welcome back. We're given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Eulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you'll see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the white aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that white arsite was ill-suited for our purposes. But Rianger did not say that. Did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. And armed as we are with Beck-Lug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link between mind and soul. A link which would, we realized, be weakened in the process of rendering our souls dormant. Thus, the shedding of these fleshly simulacra and the surfeit of ether which comprises them would in all likely deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Arsite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. Your soul is massive. They've confirmed mine is the most massive in the room. It's a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. It only makes sense. I'm the only American in the room. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Robin, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Yune? They are a sign that you're descended from the Emperor of Alad. The royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like a soul crystal, containing not only our memories but also our soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we'll follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best Robin return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings to Thancred and Reen and assist where I can in their investigation of the empty. Please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Fancy bow. Critlow, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Alright, let's go tell Tataru that we are working on the problem and making slow progress. Hello, Tataru. Robin, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh my. An injection of story is coming, my friends. Are you ready? It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Do you want me to run an ad real quick and run to the bathroom? And then I'll come back. Alright? I'll be back in 2 minutes. Maybe 3. Alright, I am back. Yeah, I plug in my headset when I'm going, so it can charge for a little bit. I hate having the wire. Alright, is everyone ready? I wasn't expecting a sequence of cutscenes here. I'm surprised to see it. Thank you, but that is a good reminder.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Sounds good.
Oh, you're back.
Hey, it's our boy.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
We love Estinian.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Well, the Emperor's been assassinated.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
We didn't just assume it, we killed the motherfucker.
Lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
And... oh, I get to watch.
What's
so
wrong?
Does Kryl. He landed on its feet, that's a good sign. Your sword. Oh, hold on, don't skip. I've seen him in action. His body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it'll do. Alright, Estinian's down. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Damn. He's blocking the Stardiver, it looks like. And through him. Alright, that's a really cool effect. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Robin was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? Is he gonna accuse Estinian and Gaius of assassinating the Emperor? He is, isn't he? We may wear out our welcome. There's two guys with weapons standing over the corpse of the Emperor. Your radiance! No! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me, but I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Wow, Xenos just doesn't care at all. Okay, that was very Asian of him. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Radiance. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available magic armor. You cannot let them escape. Oh shit. I'm a Stinian. I can AoE. I can jump. And I can heal. These are some brand new attacks. And his jump cooldown seems significantly shorter than mine. The real Azure Dragoon. I'm the real Azure Dragoon. See you outside. Stay safe. I guess I should go this way? I guess I should go this way? Well, well. Somebody's been busy. Whoa. Volatile prototype Arc Ultima. And who's that corpseified dude? You would bar my way, would you? So be it. Nidhogg, lend me your strength. That poor guy. A la Morn, 3,000 potency? Drachenlance. Recognize that one. Horrid Roar. And Stardiver. On a 6-second cooldown, BT dub. Jesus. Pew pew! Oh, it's a dot, I guess. That's not good.
Taste my lance!
Taste my lance, he says. Let's go! Oh, he's so cool! Oh, that guy's tasting the lance for sure. Garleans and their machina. Now, where are you guys? Alright, if Astidian can Stardiver every 6 seconds, he is indeed the better Dragoon. Where are dots? Down below my buttons. They're right here underneath my other bars.
Are you all right?
Yeah?
Peer into my past, did you?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter.
It is rather invasive.
Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It's funny, that's what I said I thought he'd be way back when I was wrong about it.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Sounds like a perfect time for an invasion.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
Who's even left to claim the throne? It's time for regime change. We should have a hand in it.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
The guy who lost the succession fight? His uncle, right? The problem is that usually, when you lose a succession fight, you lose everything.
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Maybe Gaius realized the exact same power vacuum exists and is going to make a move to become Emperor himself.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead.
We know how he feels about leaderless peoples.
Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
True.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
No.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
He's the next best thing to a warrior of light the world has with me gone. Stinny Gnomes.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Funny you should say that.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Alright. That was pretty good. Is this tweet something I want to actually see? Oh my god. No. It's not something I want to see. Why would you link that to me? You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beg Luke can manage without you. They've got science to help them if you ask me. Is it me or does your game sound better than mine did? You're the only one that can answer that. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Ah! Civil War. Man, why wouldn't we interfere? It's perfect. Onward. Before the day is done, victory shall be ours. This is the second civil war over the throne they've had in just a few years. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Hello? That hue, your soul. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore, in the first... Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're laying on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? We'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope? Huh? Hello. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Yeah. I would try to come up with a unbelievably unlikely, certainly dead person to be resurrected next, but I've run out. How? He's me. We merged. We rejoined. Oh. And he died a century ago. And he was a ghost. He watched me sleep. Just a side note, there's a small quest available now that's like a goodbye to Minfilia, available from Flamen if you go talk to her right now. Why would I do that? I'll see her again in another few days. Look at Kryl trying to look at me. Hey, you're supposed to be talking to me? I'm right here. I've got the exclamation mark. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna go get some more water bottles. I'm out, and I need it. Give me a minute. I don't know, guys. I'm in shambles. I am in shambles. Despite death after death, being not dead after not dead, I still somehow managed to fall for the old died a century ago, was a ghost for 100 years, and then merged with me trick. Somehow they managed to convince me of yet another scenario out of which I was sure there would be no resurrection. Robin. My, what a surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afforded us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the First and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Oh, Maxima! It's been a long time. Ah, Robin. It's been far too long, my friend. Man, you have some tall boots. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance is withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may be like growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. Lilithrin, thank you very much for the sub. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I'm not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all of this. He introduced himself and she didn't. He introduced himself as a storytelling mechanism to make sure I remembered who he was. I'm fairly sure. They knew I'd remember Kryle. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. They didn't know my memory. They didn't know I already knew who he was. What are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Alright. Goodbye, Tataru. Back to Alamigo. They assumed he hadn't seen Maxima in a year. Yeah, little did they know it was earlier this week. Wow. I teleported in kind of touching elbows with you. What exactly are you looking at? Why, looking at her ass? I don't know. It was nice. Same reason I look at pretty much anything, really. Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace. If you would follow me. Hello, Clint. We have unfinished business, you and I.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
We meet again, Imperial Oppressor of Garlemald.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
It's very suspicious.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Yeah, good job.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right.
Yeah, last I saw you, you were standing on top of one of those.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
Yep. With you exploding in such devastation.
The weapon itself,
And then walking
excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets. And that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit. Primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress. So we resolved instead to bring you warning.
It's fine. Last time I fought that, I was like 30 levels ago. It'll be easy this time.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further.
That's a pretty good line.
I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Man, that's a good line too. And then he just walks off. Holy
I too shall
shit.
make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Not gonna say bye. I've said what I've come to say. I'm gonna leave now.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
So does the MSQ split here? One path helping my friends, one path dealing with his weapon? Or do I deal with the weapon on my way to help my friends? As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. This is the weapon side quest. Pick it up now and hide the quest until we get back around to it. Where do I pick it up? As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely, Xenos' return, and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ethers stable. Safe travels, Robin. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Robin, glad you could make it. As you may have heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front line against these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they'd make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Belsar and his followers who have led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Okay. Later. Guys, don't worry, we'll do it, but I like doing things all at once. And I trust Leaf. And you guys should honestly trust Leaf as well. Leaf has done a very good job of making sure that I do all of the pieces in a good order that makes sense, refers back to the other things. It's been good. Every time some kind of reference comes up, I have done the content that it refers to every single time. It's very, very good. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? I do indeed. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you two have been making good use of your time. Yeah. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others, that we might all be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Lots of interesting things, nothing too terribly threatening right now, other than, of course, the Ultima weapon on its way.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
It's better than him operating the thing, I suppose.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And, after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
It looks pretty, too. An ark?
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Crystals have no blood. Okay, go on. I've taken the notes.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel.
That's a little gross.
I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
Fair enough.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Thank you, Graha.
My apologies.
Lena! Our favorite
I do
bunny
hope you
girl.
haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Oh. Comes, interrupts, leaves.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Aww.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
It sounded like she wanted to talk to me privately, Alfie. What is King Salmon Meunier? Fried fish. Fried in butter. Strange, I haven't heard of it. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it'll be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? We always enjoy talking to Lena. She's a good woman. Hey Holly, and Persea, and Miyu. 2 cleaners and 1 guard. Is it a full WoW day tomorrow? It is certainly not a full WoW day tomorrow. I don't know. It looks like tomorrow will be WoW starting at 6 a.m. my time, which is 1 European time, and then probably 4 or 5 hours of that, and then MSQ. Warcraft and MSQ. We're gonna do some more keys. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Alright, that's fine. Always down to kill Sin Eaters. Excellent. Let us make for Fort Job. It's not like we can particularly help in figuring out how to transfer our friends' minds and souls into a crystal. Show me something to stab, and I'll stab it. If you'd wait here a moment, I'll gather the others. You see enemy, evoke enemy. Also need to be told which one's the enemy, usually. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited an opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I would have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding the blade again, filled me with dread. These are the 3 guards that I talked to after the attack in order to give them aid and succor. And they were all extremely depressing, aren't they? They're the 3 I talked to before Lena's extremely impassioned breakdown. I didn't actually help any of you. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly. It seems like only yesterday as I watched you take flight astride an Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Umoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. Nod. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I do remember. Yeah. You told us to tell the Exarch to not stop, even if it's hard. Little did I know I was already talking to the Warrior of Darkness. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. There are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Nod. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let's not keep them waiting. I like how Alfie's kind of tailing along and saying nothing. I'm going the wrong way. Jeeth has the power to remember things because he's an echo. It's true. You're not wrong. Real world echoing. Call an Uber. It's not that far. We just jam into the music. Still no flying? Yeah, it's weird. Despite me having worked long and hard to avoid everything having to do with flying, I somehow still am unable to fly. Kind of inexplicable that they haven't given it to me yet. Looks like they've killed a Sin Eater. Well done. Doing some push-ups. Admirable, soldier.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it.
His axe, you say?
So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Oof.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
Yes, it does. But now we're here alone.
As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
Anytime, Lena.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Of course.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Beat it, kid. Grown-ups are gonna talk.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch.
Oh.
Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
What? What? I'm trying to visualize how you would try to open a letter with a piece of fish. Jesus.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was.
Not if he's using a salmon fillet to open letters.
He seems a different man. A younger man.
A little bit distracted,
I know not the
perhaps?
details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there.
That's good. Why, what's the problem?
Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past. Remind him of all the pain that came before.
Don't be silly.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You don't lose a friend because you went through hard times with him. That's ridiculous.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work.
In that case, I will have to express myself and my love for him by nagging him. Alright.
This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I'll see the others back to their posts. Have fun with Grandpa. Alright. I'm glad she asked about it instead of, like, thinking that she needs to withdraw from his life in order to not remind him of bad times. It's so perverse. I can understand her worry, but having gone through hard times together brings you closer as friends. It doesn't drive you away. It's just silly. Just friends? Yeah, I think they're just friends. Wow. That is a very purple sword. The others were quite shocked to hear what we found in Lakeland. Now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing books on history. The years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium need seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and then painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Nod. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Silk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told at his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. Nod. Nod, nod, nod. Sequential nodding. Nodding again. What say you, Robin? One more nod. There it is. We're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beck Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and the Excedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread, and more will accompany them. I have not seen such a dazzling display of both synchronized and sequential nodding in all my days in Robin. Robin's something of an authority on nodding. Hello, Grandma Doctor. Robin, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door lately, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Wonka Giga. Hey, Spectre. Hee hee hee. I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light? But the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Okay. Let me play as an old Lady Elizin? Yeah, why not? Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrant reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market? Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Norvrant. All right. Consider my interest piqued. Okay. Hello, Glinard. Well, well, well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night return, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. Kusaya? I'm a little concerned about your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I lost count. 7 bottles of alcohol? I don't mind it though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but you already told me all there is to know, didn't you? She needs to drive you around, what do you expect? If there's more to their story, I'd love to hear it. Maybe then I can compete with Sayella in regaling patrons with stories of their heroes. Perhaps I'll even inspire a few aspiring adventurers. Alright. Perhaps I'll have a drink. Up to the library next, I think. Hey, Snow. No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Hi. Stand tall. Oh, Robin, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors lately, but I fear our repository lacks the knowledge they seek. The people want to know the truth of the flood, of the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, but I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light, of the flood. How wonderful. You've regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again, and you may be rest assured I will not come alone. Okay. We're getting quite the audience for our little speech tonight. Atlas. Hello, Persea. I guess you were here first. I almost cut the line. That would have been so rude. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grinnell not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean and that he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. I get it, because you're an Elizin. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather. Hey, Elia. For once, it's not raining.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Yikes, Robin doesn't talk.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Walk up and give him a good nod. Can't hear you. Speak up. You guys are hecklers. Minfilia again.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
You can hope so. Oh my god.
Impossible. I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
No, we saw him when he was a
Nay.
ghost. He looks different.
Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
That's pretty fucking true.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
Will of the Star.
The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world.
He's doxing me.
And the day will come when he must return to his home.
The fuck?
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony.
Correct. He's lying.
Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
This is super, super weird. Ardbert was dead. Ardbert's inside me. And Ardbert, I feel like this is out of character for him. I don't think he would walk up and give a big speech about, hey, I'm back and I'm awesome. He'd still be racked with guilt. He'd
That
come
is
talk
a
to me.
warrior of light of the first.
No, it's not. It's something else.
I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
I'm glad Robin and I are on the same page here.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
If I haven't lost any soul density,
Yet
then that
which
guy doesn't
standeth
have
now before
Ardbert's
the
soul.
people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
He's an Ascian wearing Ardbert's body.
That he is an Ascian.
Hmm?
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Isn't it just Elderbus left? He's the only one left. Lahapper is dead. Emmett's dead.
That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
Oh, true. He got chased out of Xenos' body.
Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the first. 'Tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
That is actually really gross.
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking
Filia's
sands,
back.
his presence did
I
go
remember it
unmarked
so well.
by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
True.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe, as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Yeah. Really inconvenient that it chose to tell the people the truth about the Warriors of Light right before an Ascian starts using his body to manipulate the people. Made his job a lot easier there.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association.
I don't know. Ardbert wouldn't mind. Fuck it. Let him go down as history's a bad guy, go out there and chop this guy's head off. And then the Ascian has to find a new body.
That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Well, Elder Bus being sussy, using the body of our friend to do something bad, I'm sure. Kinda don't like that. A dick move. Yeah, that's kind of a dick move. We are Ardbert. Do you hate that they bring Ardbert back? Yeah, I do. I do hate it. I'm sure they'll turn it into some awesome story, but Ardbert is our friend, and he was a hero, and he found peace. And now they're gonna use his body to drag him through some kind of a mud and muck again. Kinda sucks. Why do you hate everyone who dies? I don't hate everyone who dies. I miss a lot of the people who died. I like Ardbert. I don't like Ardbert's body being used by an Ascian to do terrible things and ruin his good name and make his world worse. Poor Ardbert. It's when they come back. I'm not a fan of reused villains and heroes. That is true. But if Ardbert's an Ascian, that part doesn't really bother me. Leave the man alone. Yep, I agree. Minfilia is not dead. Minfilia is dead. Character isn't dead until an Ascian takes over the body. Apparently, that's just a way to keep the character alive. Here we have Xenos 2.0. First we had Xenos, and then we had dead Xenos, and then we had Xenos' body with Ascian in it, and Xenos' soul in some other guy's body, and now here we are again with just straight up Xenos. Not a big fan of that, I do admit it. Have a great villain, give them a great story, and then come up with a new villain. You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. But I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. Don't see this keeping Ardbert alive. Neither do I. I see this as different. This doesn't bother me in the way that Xenos does. This is Ascian machinations. God, if they somehow take Ardbert's soul out of me and put it back in Ardbert's body and we have Xenos again, only it's Ardbert this time, then I'll be annoyed. That is true. He's an imposter, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. So you want a generic story? Yeah, you're right. Any criticism of this story whatsoever means that I'm only interested in boring generic things because I'm a boring generic person. Only interesting people who like interesting things can appreciate the things Final Fantasy is doing here. Why did Ardbert urge the people to become warriors of light themselves? Before we take action, we must ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returns soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Ryan of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. I agree. In fact, I'd be a lot more comfortable with Thancred following Ardbert around rather than Alphino. I can't be the only one, right? Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Not even criticizing. That's actually true, Havahar. I'm not criticizing this part. I'm just mad as Robin. Like, literally, in character as Robin. This is an RP moment. I'm mad as Robin that my good friend's body is being used to evil ends by the very people who originally manipulated him and caused his century-long torment and despair. He is being abused once again by his erstwhile abusers. And I'm mad about that. That doesn't make the story bad. The story's pretty good. Beck, Lug, and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Asking a question? Bro. Alright, whatever. You go on, it'll be fine. I think it's time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we've learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elderbus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received words from Fano that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana Revel. Fancy. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization. That of the Ascians, perhaps. This may lead us to the truths we seek. I remember Almet and Wellmet and all the other Mets. Be sure to tell me how that works out. No, I'll go with you. I wouldn't dream of going without you. Emmett as well, true. When you're ready, make for Fano. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Which Met is your favorite? They're all way too old for me. Talk about robbing the cradle. Let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Don't copy me. Stop it. I hate that pun. It was an accidental pun. I promise. It's a good one, but I promise it was accidental. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We've accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds in Uraktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you've told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it's good you have come. Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure that you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers of unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now. Surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. Surely. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins? Clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... Oh my. You promised not to tell. I suggest we be going. Get back here. Listen, what a person does at night in the privacy of their own bed is really no one's business but their own. Remind me exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, maybe it's for the better, I don't know. Is Y'shtola wondering if she was who she... if she's the one being imagined as the staff? Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. What? Concern Y'shtola, not me. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. If not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I've kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana Ravel. Concerning her by proxy? Okay, that's fair enough. I'm concerning Y'shtola. Alright, let's head to the Kitana Ravel. And... am I supposed to click this? I think what they're trying to tell me is that I need to unlock flying. So, of course, I naturally invited my Uber driver in order to unlock flying. We're here! Thank you, Priscilla. I very much appreciate it. You are looking very stylish in your white sweater. It's most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh my. Some things are happening.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Synchronized nodding, and who wouldn't when invited like that?
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. A winged goat thing.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Why you...
Classic fun.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
These tiles are kind of glowing.
As you see,
Need another
one
owl.
statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know
It's a trap. Don't touch the owl.
Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
It was a trick. That's a good trick. Whoa.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Thought you were a warrior.
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh. Yoink. What? Whoa. This monster just turned my friends into cards. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see they're set free, answer me these riddles 3. Oh God. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Not good meter, that's for sure. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. Well. Sounds like this. Nope. Sounds like this. I don't get another chance. Keen and shrewd its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. For this mistake... What? Oh my god, she's dead! Bro! Holy shit. With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? Well, wolves travel in packs. It was the spirit of wolf their doctrines praise, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer to Jude I discern, and thus to you a soul returns. No, I need Stola back. Hi. Sorry about your sister. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. You are a snick. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, learned to slumber ere turned toward the world asunder. The riddle's answer did you discern, and thus to you a soul returns. 2 bunny girls saved. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory, choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans, hide friend or foe, choose your companions well, or sorrow know. What talisman? Is one of them Y'shtola? How am I supposed to know which one's Y'shtola? Is there a meaning to their arrangement? It's identical. Well, let's see what happens when I click. Okay. It's a thing. Are we playing a memory game? No. Ah! It's a monster. Interesting. It is a memory game. Okay. Imagine trying a memory game against me. Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. I did look at the backside of the cards. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Defeat the Huaca. If you want, we can wait, 20 seconds. Cooldowns, not a big deal if you don't want to, but... Someone do a 9-second pull timer for me.
No mercy!
Could you come to melee range, or...
I will not hold back! Here I come!
Robin, hurry, we have to save him. Oh, interesting. Look at those guys go. Insane, ladies, insane. You want me to do it now? All right. Fine. Whoop.
I will not hold back!
Easy for us. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. That was cool.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now,
Indeed.
what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
Awkward smile.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vise. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Fuck if I know.
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
As all those who destroy entire armies do.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
Cue the choral music.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
What?
The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
For that to work, souls would need to last forever.
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
The thorough right
Remember
along.
us.
Oh no. You forgot. I didn't forget. I deliberately chose to not respect
History
his
is
wishes.
learned, not lived.
I want the world to forget Emmett.
We have always protected the Tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us.
He
We
is
see the
ruining
past
their legacy.
through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
What do you have against genocide? Oh, you know.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions could not fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
He asked me to remember them all. He did. He asked me to do a lot of things. He asked me to abandon my friends and kill all life on my planet. Join him in the rejoining. I declined to acquiesce in that either. I'm not super interested in what he asked for. By your pensive expression, I take it the tome has given you much to think about. That as well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to an understanding, and thus harm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tayuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries, yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. Isn't it selfish to not remember his people because of what he did? No, I think it's fairly morally nothing. I don't think it's selfish to remember. I don't think it's selfish not to remember. I don't think it's good to remember. I don't think it's good not to remember. What is selfish is to disrespect your people's willing sacrifice and refuse to accept it and seek to destroy millions of others merely for your own inability to accept what's happened. And in so doing, not only disrespect their memory, but also fail to perpetuate it in any meaningful way. I think it's more selfish for him to look to me in his dying moment and say, I want you to remember, even though I've done nothing whatsoever to ensure that they're remembered. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes. Details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. We're here now to bear witness to your life. We've seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you're gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we'll do our best to preserve your story. Remembering a great tragedy is important. I agree with that. I'm not saying that I want Robin to forget everything he's learned. I'm glad we learned of the final days. I'm glad we learned what happened to Emmett's people. I'm grateful that we spoke to Emmett's friend, who explained a lot of what happened. All of that's good. I'm just saying that given the option between literally paying respects to Emmett by saying Emmett asked us to remember them, or not paying respect to Emmett, I'm going to choose the not paying respect to Emmett choice. And that's what I chose. We are here now to bear witness to your life. We've seen the change you have wrought. The echoes will endure long after you're gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we will do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long as we're here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Norvrot. We are not deserving of such reverence. We are grateful all the same. He didn't ask you to respect them. Why are you guys mauling over the fact that I deliberately chose a conversation option that didn't pay homage to his words? If all that you care about is that I remember his people and the occurrence of the final days, I have already said that I do. And if you don't think that Emmett particularly cares if I respect him, then why are you mad that I didn't? We are not deserving of such reverence, but we're grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Arctica and the ruins of Ronka. What is this prediction? I pray you safe travels. As ever, we'll await your return with open arms. It's fun to post match. I agree. I love the match emote. I really do. Although we learned nothing of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. This is why people get pissed at fans. No one here, I'm sure of it, no one, certainly not me, is mad at anyone. If you want to be a fan of a genocidal maniac, far be it for me to say that you can. You know? Before we return to the Crystarium, there's a small matter I'll attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Alright, let's speak with Runar and Slitherbow. Find out how they're doing. Robin, it's so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I'll ready a place for you. I remember his stew. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the time. Please, I insist. It'll take only a minute. My apologies, Robin. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. Perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more of a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Askir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Okay. Warrior of sweeping up your room. A broom for Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old, but sturdy, and sure to suffice. Can I go straight across? I don't think I can. Nope. I trust Ezgir was able to find a broom for us. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer in Silverbow, swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing. Emmett is morally awful but a fascinating character. Strongly agree, and I've been over that many times. I think Emmett was a fantastically done villain, a really cool character, but if we're evaluating the actual character and not the quality of the writing, he did bad things. Easy peasy. Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Bad is relative. Some bads are relative, and some are not. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it's time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Chat's having issues differentiating between a good character and the character being good. Some chat, yes, I think that's true. Others are just having fun. And some, I think, are legitimately trying to convince me that Emmett's POV was valid, okay, and therefore, by his lights, he is somehow good. They want me to simultaneously judge his morality by his standards and then accept his judgment of his morality with my own standards. The fundamental weakness of all morality is relative points of view. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. I love that they're playing this music with the broom spell. I think that's really cool. In this one particular respect, I've no objections to following Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. Some people don't like that, Runar. I will dearly miss this place and these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. People still like Runar. What's a little eavesdropping between friends? Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It's been a long day is all. I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Alpha now? I thought you were following Artbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norvant in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. God, you guys are gonna be really mad when I usurp this prediction and give all of the points to the people who said no. The person who made the prediction can't end the prediction. It seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become warriors of light themselves. I didn't gamble in here, I expected you to gamble the other way and then bait them. God, after I said that, the number of points being dumped into the no just like tripled. Easy for truth and justice in my chat. This is exactly what market manipulation is. Man. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become warriors of light themselves. But there is no denying his words have struck a chord with many. We're all agreed that this is just another Asian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Tonebow, I agree with you. I think Emmett was a fantastic character. Alice, are you certain you should be here? And I talked about him at length during the credits after we finished whatever that patch is, the main Shadowbringers expansion. I talked about him a lot. And I think if you're at all concerned about my appreciation of him as a character, all you need to do is go back and watch that VOD and you will be comforted. You will be comforted. I gave him all due credit for all of the layers of his character. If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well. Progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest, so I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin-Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believes one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. And that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. What is he putting in the stew? Recent interview with Yoshida and the writer mentioned they're surprised people had affection for Emmett, even though what he did was unacceptable. Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure how much of the Emmett defense squad is because A, they think he was a great character, and worry I don't appreciate him as a character. B, think he's really hot, and worry that I don't base my judgments of morality on people's appearance. Or C, are legitimately defending genocide. I'm not sure. It's B, exactly, yeah, it's B. That's what I figured. We know you judge on appearance because of Minfilia. Minfilia is a legitimately amazing, awesome, good person, regardless of her appearance. My first impression of Minfilia was, she's hot. But the entire story link of Minfilia, my opinion of her is based on what she's done, her actions, her decisions, her efforts, her work, not her appearance. My initial impression of Xenos was, holy fuck, he's hot. But now I hate him. I don't care that he's hot. And if Minfilia hadn't turned out to be a genuinely good person doing the very best she could with extremely limited ability and resources, then I wouldn't like her either.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Very good.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
I agree. We need you to follow around.
It is heartening to have all present.
Fake Ardbert.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
The MSQ is telling you to do Eden. I will do Eden, my friends. I will do Eden. Stuff can happen in parallel.
It seems I've lost this particular race.
Indeed.
Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Yeah. True. Robin's not talking to you.
Where are my manners?
Asian.
I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I mean, he clearly has his memories. Am I trying to trick him?
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Oh shit. I am tricking him. Holy moly, Robin being clever. Let's go.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
I would never have imagined that he didn't know about Sato.
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
So strange that
yes,
they're unveiling.
It is I, Elizabeth.
They do an unveiling motion like they're going to take off a mask. Meanwhile, putting on a mask.
Through your time in Emetzelk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met.
Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely.
Figures.
That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction.
Even Elderbus doesn't think we ought to give any heed to Emmett Selk's last words.
But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and
Emmett
return
Simpson
all
shambles.
to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
You're siding with a villain? I'm not. This guy's evil too. Fuck them both.
There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any.
Damn. See, and there is contrast to be drawn here between him and Emmett Selk, because Emmett Selk was desperately trying to find common ground, desperately trying to make us understand his plight and his motives and his rationales, because he recognized the worth, value, and humanity in us. Elderbus doesn't even have that much to redeem him. He's got that much less. He finds that a weakness in Emmett.
I have my duty.
Wait!
Doesn't even acknowledge your weight.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
Seems
But
likely.
we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries.
Okay, sure. I guess so.
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself.
It's fair.
In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Man, it's so funny how the options for Robin have expanded to be a little bit more cheeky and snarky over time.
A man after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Sassy with Shola. I've been sassy with her a couple of times and not. It just depends on what I think, I actually want to answer. In this, Robin wants to know what happened. He agrees with Ishtola. Alphino has the right of it. Let's pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsh's Ath first. As chieftain, he's doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Alright. Now, before I do that, should I go get the gear or whatever, the costumes that I would have gotten had I had done the role quests at the right time? Leave you on glamour. Let me check real quick. Nope. Don't want any glamour. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there. Oh no, are there some circumstances with which I can help you? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Mieri liver. They must be replenished with haste. You should change it so gear lands in your inventory instead of gear? Well, I think filling it does that, doesn't it? The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon our kind. But do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they've stolen from us, but there are no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. In part? I mean, true. I mean, yeah, absolutely true. That's... What am I thinking? Of course it's only in part. If even in part. If even in part. Those most responsible for climate change are never responsible for the consequences of the climate change. That is the official party line. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the store as it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we'll have care not to draw their attention. Shall we? It was Emmett's fault? Man, I think Emmett was a bad guy. And oh my god, look at this line of... This is like the cabs at the airport. It's like the cabs at the airport. Alright, everyone. Oops. Let's ride. I forgot what I was saying. Someone was blaming Emmett for having caused this oceanic catastrophe. And I think Emmett's a bad dude that did bad stuff, but he managed to live in the Tempest without ever once causing even an iota of the damage that we caused the first time we blundered down here. It is 100% our fault. We'll blame Emmett for dewatering the ocean? Damn, not even I'll blame him for that. Look at this beautiful car with all these beautiful people. I don't know if they know where they're going. I didn't really show them. There we go. Emmett caused less destruction in the first and the Warrior of Light. Well, I don't know about that one. Thank you very much for the ride and the party in the car. I really appreciate it. Here's Thancred. Time for us to steal some Muniri livers from the people who stole it from the people. Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. So that's not the livers? Cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the memorable scent of Muniri liver. Okay, still no liver. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. Write that down. Kind of running out of places to look. Boulanger? The heck is the liver? Surely they don't intend that I must have had flying by now. Right? Your sins have caught up to you? Surely not. Surely not. Oranges, vegetables, wheat. Aha! I was stalling in the eye coming along? I have no idea. I'm not in the eye. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. I think it's unfair to go to a random place and make sparkles like the quest objects. I think that's bullying me. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. What we can discuss is after we see the livers safely back to Tolshath. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Alright. After much effort, we have the livers. I'm not sure that it wouldn't have been faster if I had just ridden here myself and not had that debate. I am relieved to see you unspeared. Here are your merry livers. The bulging sack makes a truly heinous squelching noise as you heft it over your shoulder. Read party chat? It's hard to do. Huh. Whoops. This is my chat box. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusi and the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolshath, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they've struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question then is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are in fact key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We've seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for the queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason that they would disregard this. They seek to build an army and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed, we should prepare a preemptive strike. Not content with devastating their home territory and ecology, now we should massacre them as well. I doubt this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. After all, you're collaborators. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You'll see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the ancient ones. They have guided you here, that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we will try not to disappoint. It's unclear to me when you think you should let people kill you and when you shouldn't. If what we seek lies deeper still, beyond Amarat, I'd call upon the assistance of another. Do I want any of these? Take slaying, maybe it's good. Though our course has been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more. Oh no. It is our weapon of mass ecological destruction. What happened to DSR? DSR is on hold while some of our friends compete in the World of Warcraft Mythic Dungeon International contest, and we'll return to it mid-July. How do you flag map with keyboard and mouse? I honestly don't know. I just kind of spam click with different modifiers until it works. Excited or worried about going back into DSR? It won't have been a few months, it'll have been like a month. And I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to defeat the encounter, collect our loot, and enjoy our well-earned respite before the launch of the Savage Raid in August. Would think happens past meteors? We kill Thordan, and then collect our loot and enjoy our well-earned respite before the Savage Tier in August. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique, then? Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Louis-Angers, forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? 'Twould be a pity if you drowned. Truly. Nod. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. She loves her Louis-Angers father. He looks so happy. He's done it. Incredible. Uh-oh. Louis-Angers! For the love of Pete. My apologies. The technique requires the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fua, and with their aid mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Maybe you're just tired. Tancred. Speaking of being tired, it's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. Is it a boat? I think it's a boat. De Morbin, I think Thancred's dying. He was the first one to end up in this place. Rewatched. I know. Impossible to conceive of a way to cross the water without a boat. Thancred was the first one. I know. That's what I just said. We're agreeing. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proves more effective than my experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. Please don't call Mama on me again. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, Serene One. The depths that he destroyed last time we used him to go downstairs? Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. Like the teeth brushing that we never did from the last time he took us downstairs? After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck's asked us to clean his belly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. For heaven's sake, is that all? Robin and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done in moments. Better than that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go. Now we're doing whale hygiene chores. I'm in your debt. Poor Robin looks so distressed. He doesn't want to clean a whale's belly. Let me off. I can't jump off? Alright, kind of weird. I also can't jump off here. Let me off! Jesus. Just fly. True. Tenacious barnacles on the whale's belly. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. Oh, pardon recap. I'll inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Made you yawn too? That's good. Means that we're, you know, empathetically connected or something. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he drove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace away from his people and their wars, and this I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. But I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day and many days since. But the light fades and darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If you want to learn, I can teach you English. That's a no. Thank you, little friend, but it's time I grant you your request. But first I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I'd rather not have you struck by errant debris. This island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history like so many grains of sand. Few of us will be remembered in 100 years. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? Poor Alice. While he makes ready to deliver us to our destination, Bismarck told us to wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all? I think there was more to it. Yeah, there was, but literally no one asked, so, you know, who cares? Fine. If Bismarck needs time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. I just had a momentary lapse in concentration. Don't worry about it. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me. All right, if you insist. We came all the way out to this island, and we're not even going right now. You too, Robin. You've been running yourself ragged. Smile. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the split hull anon. Man. Now even fucking Stoll is calling me old. My CBA. Word of advice. Never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. She told him Urianger and Thancred. They both have gray and or white hair. Mine is brown. Clearly I'm younger than both of them combined. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Time doesn't count. I've never dyed my hair. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show I'm here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. It's a little overcast, but yeah, it looks pretty good. If the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Help! Quickly! It's Nightshade. We was attacked on the road from the Caesarium. Barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. I'm sorry, are you up to date on your emergency services fees? Elsewise, we will be unable to provide you with the assistance you require. You have proof of insurance? Alright, here we are. Oh no. That guy's dead. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Interesting. I thought this was a little bit of a non sequitur, but I was wrong. This is what comes of fake Ardbert proselytizing. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, didn't you? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, see? That's admirable. There are so few devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Nod, nod. Man, they've even picked up on my mannerisms. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing at our service. Feels like we could be doing more. Should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man and the resolve to see it through. He said the line. I've heard that before. I remember you. The excitable one. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day and couldn't get my words out. The name is Vonard, sir. I'm with the guard. But I don't just want to protect Lakeland, I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrant. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the old fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Isn't that great? More heroes in the world. Who can argue with Elderbus's wishes here? Well, well. Future heroes are the first, do you think? Oops, my headset's dying. One sec, guys. I think you're about to plug in your headset. They want not for spirit. It's a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet, it's no use doing nothing here. We need to keep going. Music stop. Well-armed militia, indeed, but not particularly well regulated, unfortunately. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the runes may hold. Yes, and I doubt further contemplation of Elderbus's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Hey brother, can you raise your glass for the Quebec people? It's Saint Jean Baptiste Day, our national day. Congratulations, Quebec. I think they're in Canada. Canada, as some of you may know, is the northernmost state of the United States of America. Any plans for more channel point rewards? Nope. Canada's fake? No, Canada's real. Canada is the same as France is Belgium, you know? Canada is to the US what Belgium is to France. Nearby and largely irrelevant. I don't mean it, I love you, I'm sorry. Can't hear you over my free healthcare. True, and I can't hear you over the sounds of gunshots. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. It's time. Pray make ready. Nod. And, okay. The AA dungeon is now available. Hey guys. Hippo chariots. Huh. Well, we kind of already have a dungeon group right now. The Anamnesis Anider. Deep in the Tempest, deeper still than the phantom Amarot of Emetselk's design, lies what remains of Anider's ancient edifices. It is to an unexplored corner of this bed of knowledge that the Scions now travel in hopes that what has long slumbered forgotten may be brought to the surface once more. Let's go. Let's see if we can learn anything useful to our mission. You're a whale. Wait, we're still on the whale? Holy shit, how cool is that? Oh, hi. Well... It was cool, but not if it's gonna be like meat or trash. I don't know about that. Whoa. Big old manta ray. Not moving. Not moving. Oh, I think he's done with us. Hold on. You way off? Yeah, alright. Watch out! Rocks! Yep. Rocks. Rocks with stuff in them. Hi. Kind of pretty. Alright, we get off the wheel now. Time for a boss. Oh shit, okay, I didn't see that coming. I get hit here. Alright, alright. He's got another thing. Nice. That's pretty cool. The ticking clock of where he's gonna aim that cone. It's pretty new. Whee! I have blood ready to go. Okay, alright. Fuck. Oh man. Okay, I see what I know how it works now. Ah, I just got that one. Yeah. I mean, I just take that one. He's got some kind of a cast bar name that signals whether it's a donut or a circle. Can't see it. Turn spell effects on for them. Well, I can't do that without a UI, can I? Nice. That's good. He's a turtle with a fish stick. Oh. He's a turtle with a fish stick. Doing. There's hands. Yo, I want to be over here. I'm gonna get hit by that one though. Oh, you're supposed to be on these? Shit. Huh. I should have kept running. I thought I could go back in, but I couldn't. You adjust. I'm okay with this. I'm not okay with this. Wait for my Star Diver! Thank you. Hog. Thank you, my friends, for a truly cinematic experience in this dungeon. Don't heal with it? I bet I could easily do a dungeon without a UI as a healer. Look! No fun stacks. It's fucking easy. It was hard in 5.2. No, it was harder without a UI.
An important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation.
Interesting.
That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Wow. Hi. Thank you all for joining us at a niter in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. No. Should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. A defector. Whither tend your thoughts, Venat? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it's plain They will not countenance as permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even if it means suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check. Oh shit.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
Venar.
For a certainty, Emet-Selch never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
Nope. Robin was just watching the movie.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Please, why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner or rather another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who can suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus? Question mark?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
It did. It did indeed.
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
We had previously been told that Emetzelk, Elderbus, and La Habrea were the only three to survive the Sundering, unsundered. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. It kind of seemed like it shut down. No response. Confoundin' tarnation, heck it. If I may, milady, previously it was glowing. It's not anymore, so it's probably out of batteries. Given how long it's lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The emissaries always called himself Elderbus, but if the machine was right, Elderbus is gone. Man, Urianger sounds like he's saying smart things as a way to cloak the fact that he's only repeating the obvious. Nod. This reminds me of something Emetzelk told us once, that the names they currently use aren't given to them at birth. They're titles given to individuals when the role becomes vacant. Perhaps the Elderbus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary, whom we know, are predecessor and successor. But that would still mean we'd been lied to or deceived in some way, because we were still told that Elderbus had survived unsundered. We were also told by Emetzelk that they try to replace vanquished or deaded Asians with replacements from the shards that would have been their analogs. It's possible. If the previous Elderbus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be could still be a survivor of the Sundering. Alright. Alright. That does make sense. Elderbus 1 becomes the heart, they appoint a new Elderbus 2, and Elderbus 2 makes it through the Sundering caused by Heidelin summoning later. Alright, Stola, that was good. And yet something in that explanation rings false. Well, shit. Thought it made sense. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There's more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as you. If there's a way to learn more, you will. While you're busy, we'll do other stuff. You may now enter... Oh, I don't care. If we can only learn of Elderbus's true origin, we may understand his plan. So we need to give Y'shtola as much time as she needs to figure out what's going on down there. To the extent such things are within our control, sure. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. I was going to wave bye to you guys, but I think I got teleported over here. Thank you for the dungeon, I appreciate it, my friends.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so.
Everyone wants to go be a warrior of light.
In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
We're gonna hit him with the ...
Strong and silent, just as a hero should be. You let your actions speak for you, and we mean to do the same. We might have our sky back, but there are still people who need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
It's true. And exercise free will and do what they want. We have no cause to stop any of them. They're free people.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
Okay.
What's happening to the sky?
It appears to be an end of days of some kind.
What the?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? Then why does it feel like it's inside my head?
That's my mother. Keep my mother's voice out of your head.
Feel? Think? I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends?
Oh no.
You are warriors of light!
What the heck is a star shower when you live
You're
on a star?
back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold.
Is this just, you know, the lightning of this world, the reprisal? Are we doing it again?
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
He's just trying to bring about the exact same catastrophe that happened 100 years ago. Which I still don't know the details of. They defeated darkness and caused the flood.
The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
Caused the same
What, am I
imbalance as
to reveal
before.
my plans simply because you asked?
Well, Emmett Selk always did.
Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant.
Damn. Translate, please. Instead of people with the echo being awoken by Heidelin saying, hear, feel, think, as special people, your echo gets awoken and then you hear an ongoing emergency broadcast on repeat from Heidelin. It just happens to be going on all the time and you can just suddenly hear it. It doesn't give you a blessing, no. It's just... You were never able to hear, and someone gives you a hearing aid, and the first thing you hear is the emergency broadcast system saying, this is a test. This is only a test. You have been... and you think that that's why you can hear, but it's not. It's happening all the time. That's what this guy's saying anyway. Now that leaves out what makes you actually awaken to your innate gift. What gives you the echo in the first place? What makes you start listening to your echo? That could still be her picking you. And also, we don't know that he's telling the truth.
In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Yeah, but he made the star shower illusion. He could also possibly make the illusion of hearing a voice.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
So what Elderbus is trying to sell to us is that eons and eons ago, the world was threatened by falling comets or star showers or something. And that trauma seared itself into our DNA, seared itself into our etheric nature, passed down through generations. That genetic memory is the echo. And when we see star showers, it wakens the echo, our ability to tune in to Hydaelyn saying, hear, feel, think, and see other racial memories. His claim is Hydaelyn recruits new people, not necessarily by choosing them, but just making images of a star shower. That taps into some people's ability to remember their etheric soul, genetic, eons-long memory. That's woken up, and they can instantly hear her non-stop call for help. Not necessarily choosing them specifically. That's what he's saying. Now, Robin knows that it's certainly not true about him. And he also knows that it's certainly not true about Ardbert. They were actually chosen by Hydaelyn. They have spoken with Hydaelyn. They have had conversations with Hydaelyn. They have personally experienced her actual, palpable blessing.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Exactly like Ardbert did 100 years ago, causing the flood. I think it's pretty clear what he's doing. The more Elderbus reveals, the less I understand, but that he's made a fine mess of things is plain. He's gone, then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least to delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say. They have quit the guard. The echo itself is not the blessing of light. According to him, the echo itself is not the blessing of light. All that the echo is a stronger ability to tap in to your ethereal connection to previous people. to ancestral memories of your kinds. That's all it is. Not a blessing in itself. And the ability to hear Heidelin just allows you to hear a non-stop radio message always going on to hear, feel, and think. That is what he says. Do you believe him? I believe that parts of what he is saying are truthful. I believe that it's very likely that the star shower, comet shower evokes an ancestral memory of the eons ago catastrophe that almost destroyed the planet and caused three quarters of the world's population to sacrifice themselves to summon a primal embodying the star's will. I believe that's true. And I believe that it's likely that visions of such a star shower, like the one he summoned, trigger that innate latent ability in people to sense their etheric soul-based connection to the past history and open up their sensitivity to Heidelin's non-stop message. And they hear, feel, think, and think mommy's talking to them when she's not. That's just the ongoing radio at all times. But I don't believe him that that's everyone. I don't believe him that that's everyone's echo. I don't believe him that that's everyone's limit of their connection to Heidelin. I wish them well. Whatever Elderbus's plan for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves hero-elect, not after having been blessed with the echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of light. Ardbert, yourself most of all. Am I just wrong? Am I that far off base? It seems to me very clear that Ardbert and his band were heroes, and through their actions caused an imbalance that brought about the flood. Therefore, all of these people going out and trying to be heroes could equally cause an imbalance and bring about a flood. Am I either they're blind or I'm stupid? One or the other. Either they're just not seeing the obvious or I'm seeing something dumb. I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them before they embark on their journey and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Seatsier took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Bonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them off. If you're willing, I ask you to go. You can safely leave the task of unfolding that which transpired to us. Robin, you go inspire the men. We'll figure out the hard stuff that we learned in the dungeon. Okay. Extremely interesting. Or as they say, interesting if true. I guess I need to head up there. You again. Oh, I mean, it's you. Sorry, sir. It's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, will do what needs doing up there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. We'll go. We'll be off then. Farewell, warrior of darkness. Thank you. Alright. Is that the end of a patch? It feels like a stopping point. Yeah. That was super interesting. Some brand new information that was hinted at before when Y'shtola was hypothesizing that there was some kind of etheric soul-like connection from present to past, that the souls could remember trauma from ages ago. Very interesting. Alright guys, I'm gonna ask you very briefly to bear with me while I earn next week's grocery money. Are you guys okay with this? And then talk about tomorrow's plans. I have a... complete the quest first? Are you sure? That won't start the next thing? Okay, I'll do that first. And then sell out. Yeah, then a brief sellout. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Anamnesis and Nider do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we're no closer to discerning his design. Nod. For which reason we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt. I was saying that a while ago. Have Thancred follow him around. I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. See, that I don't agree with. He's sneakier by himself. In combat maybe, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Amen, Thancred. Thancred pre-watched the stream. He knew I was going to say that. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright, then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elderbus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course, we're presently studying the principles of underpinning memory transference, and I believe nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Nods all around. We're all grateful for your unstinting effort, but you need not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would lighten your burden, however little, I would gladly help. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly in spite of recent disruptions. Alfino trying to take over as assistant mayor. Maybe I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. Nod. Alright, let's go to my room. Man, it's super tempting to just blast on through, find out all the answers. I don't know if that's wise or not. All of this weaving in 5.1 and 5.2 isn't resolving any storylines. They're just like weaving it on and on, bringing in more threads, more information. So like, I've had no conclusion yet today. I'm relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier promotion, though, if I may, you do look somewhat weird. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite? Very good. Let me know if there's anything you require. I'm asleep. I can hear a clock ticking. Someone knock on your door? Master Gelson, it's Glennard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. What do you need, bartender? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Oh man, that is funny. I wonder if it'll be which one ever I say? Do I get to choose who's gonna come talk to me? Yep, I get to choose who comes talking to me. That's so funny. That's amazing. Lally-ho, stranger. So there I am, minding my own business, coughing my ale, when I hear a ruckus outside. And then, clear as day, warrior of light. That sounded like trouble to me, and I knew if anyone was going to trouble himself over that trouble, it'd be you. So I gave Glynard the old, but I'm your best customer routine until he agreed to bring me here, and now I know where you live. Great, isn't it? Oh no. Oh my god, that was violent. Some bastards walking around wearing Ardbert? Lammett's Ardbert? Like a second-hand jerkin? See, I was mad too. You guys were mad at me for being mad. I was mad. She's mad. We're all mad. I don't know what's more offensive. That, or you let him leave without a proper dwarven decking. Let's call her a Hobson. You didn't teach me dwarven decking. In a pinch, an improvised decking would have been fine. Tell you what, I'll show you how to knock that bastard flat in the blink of an eye, here and now. Taboos be damned. After all, we ain't about to let him keep on like that, are we? Pretending to be Ardbert. Lammett's Ardbert. Nod. Shit, I'm gonna learn how to punch like a dwarf right now? Step 1. Make a fist. Step 2. Extend your arm like so. Step 3. Beat him senseless. Got it? Oh, that's good. Now make me proud. That's it? Yet got. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus. Was that good? Was that bad? I can't tell.
Foiled
Any
again.
mages? Ah, it was bad.
If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
That is so weird. Oh shit, is the crystal growing?
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite. It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Shit. Right back in the Empire? In the middle of the Civil War? Oh, Xenos. Wait, what? He's an Amarat? He's an Amarat. Oh, what the fuck?
The dream again.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it.
Always.
Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emet-Selch have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
Second-hand knowledge.
The tale of the world's end.
That's a creepy smile. Wow. Man, maybe Xenos has real echo. I haven't said thank you in a while. Fandyman, thank you for the sub. A Quiet Lurker. Central Note. Thank you all very much for the support. Freeze, thank you for the 25 months of hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Lilithrin, thank you for the sub. And Illyria, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, my friends. Wait for 5.3. Oh man. So that's what's next. It's 5.3. I am excited. So many questions. So many questions. I feel like a lot of what Elderbus was saying was the truth. Half of the lore we know is from Ascians. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna behave myself and not start 5.3. What I am gonna do is ask you if you have 90 sections of patience. I'm gonna do a bounty, monetize you just a little bit, and then